Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to Sophie World 2021. My name is Chris Schmidt. I am the Senior Director of our ITO Solution Group here at Stefanini. I'm actually based out of our Southfield, Michigan, North American headquarters facility. I've been with the company for 28 years. The gray hair is proof of that. I'm really excited to be here because really the last year, if we look at Sophie encapsulated into the progress that she's made, obviously being here for 28 years, I was here at the birth of Sophie when Sophie first became a traditional but sophisticated and talented chatbot, but really how she has grown over the past few years, really to become a digital transformation tool that's truly affecting our customers' business. I'll give you some examples here in a little while about HR and IT and some of the powerful advantages that Sophie has been delivering for our customers today. Throughout the day, you're going to hear some very interesting and talented folks talk to you about some of those capabilities, how we can help you transform your business. And even today, Sophie has a new, fresh, modern look to her, which is, I really think, part of the times. And if we look at part of the times, really, this last year has been challenging for everybody, right? Really, the past 2 years with the pandemic. But one of the things that the pandemic has brought the opportunity for Stefanini and for Sophie is really an acceleration and an adoption strategy for digital transformation because workers are working different today, right? If we look at how our customers' employees are using new technologies, they are working from different locations, from home. The manner in which they connect to the corporate network is different today than it was 2 years ago. How they access their applications, get information from the company. All of these elements are important in digital transformation. And Sophie, her role in that evolution is critical in the point of that we can deliver timely information and services to those users as needed. What's really exciting as well is that Sophie's now servicing over 100 clients in a multitude of languages. At Sophie's birth, obviously we had Portuguese, Spanish, and English as a base framework and foundation. But the powerful capabilities we now have with multilingual translation, we're servicing up to 60 different languages. And if you start thinking about the power of Sophie and our drive at Stefanini to build a very personalized, persona based service model for every type of customer, whether you're in engineering, you're in customer service, you're a VIP, having Sophie with the intelligence and capability through the AI platform to speak to and deliver information to those users based on their persona and being able to service all of their needs. As I talked about how users are using information differently today, one of the biggest advancements all of our customers have made has been in the area of collaboration platforms. So if you look at some of the integrations in the past year that we've either expanded those capabilities or introduced new capabilities on collaboration platforms alone. So we're talking about Microsoft Teams here. We have a couple active customers with Slack, WhatsApp, uh, Google Workplace, as well as Workplace by Facebook. And so, as our customers are driving their collaboration platform, Sophie is adopting. And so, those key integrations to the collaboration suites and platforms are critical. And her ability to interact with those different platforms and medias. So when we look at chat capabilities, voice capabilities have improved tremendously over the past year. but also the integration with other systems and tools. And some of the ones I'd like to highlight around application integration, we've had integrations to SAP as an example for a few years now. We continue to evolve the automation and integration capabilities of Sophie with SAP, but moving beyond SAP or ERP into ITSM platforms, right? ServiceNow obviously is our customers' largest platforms that we use and support today. So we have a significant investment in integrations with ServiceNow, but also tools like ShareWell, Remedy Force. So it's very adaptable. The size suite with Sophie is very adaptable for these integrations. When I talk about the expansion of services for our customers, Sophie, again, growing up more in that traditional sense of customer service and IT, many of our customers over the past year are using her for other areas of the business, such as human resources, facilities, and even procurement. So if you think about the improvements of the internal workflows associated with those business functions, so expanding the reach of customer service and IT into elements of the business that drive revenue or productivity or our critical information pieces for our customers. To give an example of HR and why I think it goes beyond just answering simple questions of my benefits. We have an integration with Success Factors, SAP Success Factors, their HR platform. And if you think about a concept of an end user uh, a female end user who wants to register and take time off for maternity leave. Obviously, the labor laws and regulations vary by each country in the world. Sophie has the ability to optimize that end user's experience of that associate who's trying to schedule her maternity leave and use the local business rules and acumen that's built into success factors to lead that employee through that experience and through that journey of scheduling that time off for a very important part of her life, right? Of having a child. And so Sophie's able to through the integration, and this could be again via chat, via phone, via the smartphone application, uh, bridge the employee to the HR system and request process to, oh, I live in Sweden, you're allowed up to X number of months off. Here's the associated paperwork that has to be submitted as part of your maternity leave. And Sophie's able to have that communication with the end user, then with the back end SAP system, in as much as sending forward the approval workflows for her manager or supervisor to approve, notification that the maternity leave was awarded. But very importantly, throughout there, as I mentioned, is each country has different requirements and regulations. So one associate who's in Sweden has to follow a certain set of rules. Say here in America, there's a different set of rules, and Sophie's able to navigate that with that integration with success factors and successfully deliver a very important part of human resource services to that associate. So going well beyond, the examples of simply what are the benefits available to me as an employee. So very complex problems, which is truly affecting the business and again that user's experience. Another interesting example is we have a very large global financial services company that we're using Sophie in a variety of ways, including traditional IT, RPA automations for user onboarding, offboarding. But interestingly enough, we've built a couple integrations with tools like Coupa, procurement application, Ariba, SAP, and others that allow us to help streamline the work processes of their procurement department. So Sophie, from a services perspective, Sophie is serving the internal procurement process within this financial institution and leading them through strategic decisions, improving that workflow. which ultimately is a bottom line impacting item to that financial services company for their revenue, cost, expenses, what have you. So that's very important of that part of digital transformation, being able to very positively affect the business outcomes of our customers. And so as these advancements, that's what's been so exciting for me, being in the engineering side of Stefanini, the solutioning side, working with all of our customers on a daily basis. Probably every day I touch 15 different customers in some capacity minimally. So, being able to have a platform such as Sophie that we can have very diverse, meaningful conversations across a multitude of different systems, business outcomes, the needs of our customers is really exciting. The last one I think is really a neat one I want to share with you. Um, we work with one of the world's largest apparel and shoe companies, and we are critical to supporting their logistics centers and their depots and their warehouses. We've done some interesting proof of concept work that will be going into production very soon. But it's really exciting if you think about the mechanics and work processes of a warehouse or a logistics center, of having product come in and out through that, and managing the life cycle of those products. Is a recent integration that we're developing with Sophie with an autonomous robot. And so as these autonomous robots within the facility are helping us move a PC or apparel throughout the warehouse and logistics centers to different fulfillment stages along the way. A traditional IT example may be a depot for PC refresh, where the OEM is delivering the product to our inbound logistic doors. The asset management process and Sophie immediately engage from the time we unload that piece of equipment off, or that box off of the shipping truck, and we begin the asset management and logistics process. So we have Sophie integrated with our AMMRs, the robots that who are moving the equipment at different stages. So again, in the area of a PC, the robot's first delivery location of that will be to the staging and unboxing area. And then from that point, it goes to imaging, and that point, it goes to application, packaging, loading, etc. And then finally out the door for delivery to the end customer. But Sophie's interface with the AMMR as well as the inventory management system are absolutely critical. We know at any point in time, I can go to Sophie and ask for where this specific user's PC is anywhere in the process for that logistics center. And it's a quite large logistics center, around 70,000 feet. So we know the exact location with barcode integration, QR code integration, the inventory management system. Exactly where that device is. And then when you think about the outbound process of when that device leaves our facility and is delivered to an end user, we're now using Sophie as an outbound communication channel to check in with that user with an integration with Windows Autopilot that allows Sophie to ensure that the user's device is operating properly, all the necessary software and those applications and data were delivered as part of that. And so it's an outbound check. So we're able to offset having humans do the initial contact back out to check on deliveries and ensure that the user received a successful PC refresh, and leveraging Sophie in that capacity. So if you sit back, and that's what's so exciting to me, right? So if you sit back and you think about the impact um, to our customers and ultimately the end users, the consumers or the corporate associates of HR, managing distribution channels, the traditional support channels that we've always offered through Sophie. But the impact to the end business for our customers is really dramatic and very meaningful. And that's what has us, so excited here at Stefanini about where Sophie is today, where we continue to drive her in the future. The simple elements of modernizing a legacy interface to applications, being able to speed up some of those processes that I mentioned, as well as I tried to give you a couple examples of back office flows. And so as Sophie has grown up, really to be that front end communication and orchestration channel for end users, she's becoming increasingly more and more powerful and adaptive in the back office flows as well. And that's what's truly exciting, is being able to have all of these different systems and tools and applications that our customers are using, and having Sophie orchestrate all that. So it's super exciting. From us in the engineering consultant and sales side here, we're always here for you to answer questions, to be able to demonstrate those capabilities that some of the few examples I was able to give you today. So I'm really excited for you. I think you'll have a tremendous day. Our teams are going to show you a variety of ways to leverage and use Sophie, and really look for opportunities to transform your business. But again, we're always available to you to answer any of those questions, and demonstrate for you really the growth, the new look, modern feel of Sophie, and some of those key integrations that we've advanced to, and really helping our customers with digital transformation. So thanks again. I hope you have a wonderful experience here with Sophie World 2021. And thank you very much for your time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our event. Um, Before I start, I want to say I'm very thankful for your presence today and reserve the agenda to know more about the world of digital assistants and Sophie platform as well. My name is Ricardo Andrade, and we are going to talk about the conversation platform based in AI and how this is been evolving the last years, and well, how Stephanie is prepared to co-create the digital transformation with you guys. um, Let me check if yeah, my screen already have it. Well, I remember when I started to talk about digital workplace and how digital transformation going to impact the business, um, probably a few years ago. And what probably we didn't know is how we can accelerate the process implementing these features. We predict at the best the killing combo between machines and humans relationship, helping um the challenge to the bunny world. The pandemic made us to create new ways of relationship, working models, and accelerate the adoption of these solutions. In fact, the evolution of these technologies and infrastructures has been um, has been creating new possibilities of AI. Lots of the concepts is being tested and applied, and AI initiatives are helping the company to understand his clients' behaviors, his standards and needs using data and intent. Today, for example, 70% of the company consider AI investment as your uh, of primary focus of investments. But at the same time, 7% of these companies really achieve success to improve or implement intelligence process automation. But how we can understand what is feasible and what is hype? How we can detect which conversation platform is the best of investments for our really needs? So at my screen, we have the hype cycle of artificial intelligence. We we can notice the type of disillusionment between using of chatbot, which is great. This means the previous initiatives um, was successful, adopted or not. We learn a lot about the past implementations and create a new model with uh, standard standardized concepts and creating my screen has issues. That's well ago. Okay, so the time now is make artificial intelligence accessible, making not only natural language processing and our computer vision, but relating these concepts of machine learning with the agile squad synergy. The adoption of these keys artificial intelligence research can be create a multidisciplinary uh, case relating humans and machines with a single process. Um, for example, yesterday I started to uh, with a video conference with my medical appointment and verified most of the time we spend in this relationship, checking records, fulfilling guidance, fulfilling recipes, and making this kind of the process not so good. I'm sorry, but I probably has issue. Is everything good now? You can understand me. Probably I have some issues with my machine. Okay, so let's go forward. Okay, so we create a new versions of Sophie to help uh, people to focus on relationship with humans. We did not need to configure to fulfill documents by our own. We can be assisted with the the chatbots to make this process, to make these automations, and help us what really matters. For example, we have at this screen a ticket from field services, and we can use chatbot for make proactive message for this. Uh, yeah, correct. Well, we can verify if everything's okay, if the analyst going to the field, and we can also confirm with the client if he we going to be present, if can able to help to give the computer to assistance. So during the day, we can confirm and check if everything is okay, if we going to have time to make the appointment works, and also can help with the survey questioning if it really have a good time with our clients. Sophie has been evolved to create the bridge between our customers and our staff, creating a plug and play channels not only with the web but also with Facebook, Workplace, WhatsApp, and voice over IP as well. Create a multi-channel bus to verify each touch of the client with the dashboards and being able to put the human in the loop if need. To support of that, we have natural language processing models to understand the intents and the sentiments of the customers, being able to integrate with voice recognition systems, the conversational flows, and also create a huge ecosystems integrations like search engines, searching apps, CRMs, ITSM tools like ServiceNow, ServiceAid, and others, and be able to connect on any system on premises or cloud. Actually, Patricia going to talk a little bit more about the Sophie evolution in minutes. So we're going to show how we evolve with the last years, making the AI easily to integrate with no codes, low codes capabilities, making this simple to focus on conversation. Actually, we have a new form of implement, sustain, and ensure the adoption of AI conversation platform. We create a conversational AI squad with multidisciplinary peoples making this happen since the creation of the chatbot, considering personas, brain voice, how is the context, what is the KPIs related to it. And after that, we create a process model to make changes who really is significant to our clients. So what is the next, or what is the feature between our process model? We are talking about new rules like conversational designers, conversational copywriters, AI trainers to help to implement the chatbot and the concepts and new intents for the chatbot as well. New governance standards like AI governance models and best practice going to be disseminated at the markets, and we already started using a global governance model for it. Uh, we are focused on security by design because we know how important it is be compliance to GDPR, HIPAA, and new authentication model to ensure the data only will be used for these needs. And also, we are providing no code and the low code capabilities to help this the second version of DevOps or business development ops. This is going to help the business to accelerate the adoption of the AI. For all the other options uh, or about the future of the AI, we are using the drive of Stefanini. It's a huge process transformation when we focus what's going to bring fast um, and most tangible research for the companies. So, is that what I'm going to bring for you today? I'm so sorry about the issues with my machine. Hope you have a great time with Patricia, who is the next consulting going to present for you today and showing the evolution of the Sophie. So, thank you for your time, and we're going to see Patricia in a few minutes. Has a nice day.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you here and see you here in this amazing event that we have again this year. So, welcome. And let me introduce myself. My name is Patricia Mendes. I work with Sophie for a lot of years right now, almost 7 years maybe. And currently, I'm responsible for Sophie projects here in EMEA and her expansion around the world. In today's meeting, in this event actually, I'm going to share with you some of my experience with this tool, but more on Sophie perspective rather than mine, because Sophie is way more interesting than myself. Okay, so first, before I start, I'd like to know if you guys can see my screen. Is this available for you? Yeah, now it is. Lovely. So meet Sophie. So this is our Sophie. You can see that she have a brand new look, and I think that our team from marketing will explain more about that right after me. So keep paying attention on the event. But well, let's start talking about Sophie evolution, and not only her avatar has changed, but also his her visual identity. Okay, so right there in the past, many years ago, Sophie wasn't even Sophie. In the beginning, we called the tool Parli, which came from the Italian, if I'm not mistaken, parlare and so on. And it wasn't exactly Sophie like we know her right now. It was a suite of different systems that was aiming to talk with end user, to talk with people by using different resources or talking via chat, talking via voice and translations and things like that. And with time, this platform was growing and getting different characteristics that are going to see today. And her identity, as you can see here in the screen, was also changing with time. So after party, Sophie became Sophie, known as Sophie. And her name was chosen by a really deep research that we did with the marketing team a long time ago. So there's a reason why Sophie is called Sophie. But anyways, then her logo was evolving with time as well to stay where we know right now, which is this last version. Okay, so this is one of the perspective of Sophie evolution. The other one is how the platform appears differently and is growing with time. It's the next slide. So this diagram here, this is not an official one. It's just a way that I have to organize my ideas and how I see Sophie evolution with time. So here you can see the versions from 1.8 until 4 plus. And I started with the 1+8 because it was the first commercial version of Sophie, let's say. It was the first version that was available in the market and implemented in real cases and in real clients. And after this one, we can see that Sophie got less complex in terms of managing the tool, in terms of different problems that we had to deal with or capabilities and things like that, and has grown when it comes to capacity and different skills that she gained with the time. So we can say that Sophie is easier to use and can do more with less, just like her mind. So let me do a parallel here. On the version 3, more or less in the 3 version, 3.0 version, Sophie got what we call her mind, which is the capacity that she has to understand more intentions in different ways or different sentences with less training, with less inputs, less intentions created by the content manager, for example. So she definitely can know more with less. And the same we can say about her management, the way that we need to adjust the tool and things like that. So when she got the mind, things got easier to do and we were able to do more. Okay, I'll get into more details right away. So this is the vision that we had on the content manager. This is the platform that we use to mainly manage the content and add new questions and answers and scripts and things like that. And in the past, it was used only for content management, let's say like that. And you see with the new versions, we were able to add more stuff there. So we can nowadays adjust not only content, but also some small details on the design of the interface, for example, change Sophie's name and other type of features that is easier for us to manage directly from this platform. So this was the version 1 point something, 1.8. You see this kind of old, and the logo was different as well. And we have the options only here on the top of the screen because we didn't have that much of options. In the next version, we already changed the menu for the right side, the left side, because we knew that we were going to add more functionalities there, more possibilities to the content management to deal with. Okay, so the menu went to the left side. And in the next version, we in fact added more functionalities here, more management options, enable or disable features, or have the possibility to upload new integrations directly from this content management platform. So everything in Sophie Management was getting easier and easier. And also in the version 4, yeah, here you can see even more options. This is the more recent version of this. And also we had a different way of visualizing the content. So we have this, what we call classic mode for heavy heavy users in the content management to see and analyze and manage everything. And we have this other way of visualizing the content to see the hierarchy between rules. And just a parenthesis here, rules is a combination of question and answer, intention and answer in Sophie. So this is a way that you can see easily what is the relation between the intentions, the relation between the rules, the hierarchy, and so on and so forth. So it's easier for us to see what is going on behind the screen, okay, behind the chat. Okay, so this is really, really nice. Good. So I created here tables for us to be easier to see the story of Sophie and create this story together. So I divided in main groups, 4 main groups, what I see that are more relevant for us, which is the content, development area, commercial area, and the cultural area, how people are dealing with this type of technology. And let's talk about past, present, and future, so we can see better how Sophie was Sophie evolution during the time in those specific areas. Okay, starting with the content. What I've heard in the past a lot was the question: okay, how does it understand? How exactly Sophie will understand the end user and bring the response? How does it work? And being honest with you, in the past that was really hard because as I said, Sophie didn't have her mind. So the content creation was done more manually. We had more control of the content. So it was more really manually work. Okay, so we had to predict what the end user was going to say. And we know that to predict human is a really hard task, right? So yeah, it's almost an impossible work to predict everything. So we had some limitations there. We had to know or had to have more technical knowledge to deal with some issues and things like that. So it was a harder work, more focus on solving technical issues than to create, in fact, and thinking about the experience. Today, the present is totally the opposite. So now it's easier for us to manage content we face. Actually, not face. We have a more stable tool, something that is easier for us to manage. And even for the content editors, we have more autonomy on deciding which features should be enabled or not, how Sophie should behave in specific scenarios. So we gave more freedom, more autonomy for the content editor to adjust the conversation, considering user experience, user personas. In fact, focusing on the structure, on the goal of the tool, and less on development, less on try to fix things or things like that. Okay, so we really have more autonomy to create and extract the best of Sophie directly from the content manager. And as I said, Sophie got her mind on the version 3, more or less. And I was working with Sophie before that, and I had full control of the content. And when she got her mind, I was impacted because Sophie was responding things that I was not expecting. And she was right. I was thinking, wow, she's thinking by herself right now. How can I control that? So it was a shock for me in the beginning. And then I analyzed everything, and I realized that it's really better to stop a crazy than to push a lazy. I mean, it's easier for us to say, Sophie, you're overthinking. This is not quite right. You need to adjust here, adjust there. So it's easier to do that, to stop Sophie craziness of overthinking, than to have to teach her everything from the scratch. Okay, so that's what I want to say. It's better to stop a crazy than to push a lazy. It's easier for us to adjust instead of create everything from the scratch. And this is one of our main sentence. We create content on Sophie and say, okay, let her think first and see what is going on, and then we adjust. So we really co-create with Sophie. We think together with Sophie on content management. And this is really nice for us. We can do a lot now that we have more flexibility on that. And what I see for the future, and here it's more than a challenge, and it's not a future far away. We are almost there, which is the challenge of managing a huge project or mega project, as I said. So we can have Sophie attending not only IT area, but we can have Sophie helping with human resources questions or helping with internal marketing and things like that. So in the same platform, you can have Sophie attending different users coming from different regions using different platforms. And from the content perspective, we should adjust the conversation depending on those criteria, for example, right? So it is a challenge for us to manage all of those criteria, but this is something really interesting for the future that is already going on. Cool. So about the development. So the question I've heard was in the past when Sophie was even party was, okay, but isn't it too easy to do? It's just a dialogue and things like that. So what exactly, what is hard, what is innovative and things like that? And right there in the past, in the beginning, like every new tool, new startup, for example, we had a small team with a limited time to dedicate to that. And not only us, but the market was not ready for this type of technology. So we didn't have, for example, Link for Microsoft and Skype. We didn't have, like Teams has today, a way of embracing chatbots on their own platform. So it was harder for us to integrate a new technology in an existing one that was not prepared to that. So the challenge in the past were bigger than it was today, because today in the present, the tools are more prepared to this type of technology. We're not the only one in the market, so we have other type of bots as well, and that's why the tools are prepared for it. So what we can do today with Microsoft Teams, adding buttons and sending images and things like that, this type of really nice interactions we couldn't do in Skype in the past. That's what I'm saying. So not only us are ready, but the market is also ready and working on the same direction as we are. And also a few years ago, Sophie won her own R&D team. So we are constantly creating new versions, new improvements. The R&D team are always listening to the market and seeing what are the new technologies available to keep improving the tool constantly. And we can see and feel that daily, how Sophie is growing. And what are the challenges I see in the future? So we have new technologies coming up all the time, and we need to be aware of them and working with them to be also embrace these new type of technologies. We have new implementations going on, and of course, new competitors. So we need to be always up to date when it comes to technology, when it comes of predicting user behavior or offering a good experience for different types of users. From the commercial perspective, the question I received in the past was, what is that for? What is it for? How can I use Sophie? How will Sophie bring me value? And things like that. And in the past, in fact, this was not something well defined. So it was everything so brand new, right? So we didn't know exactly how we could bring value to companies, to the market. How can we use this chat to reduce costs or to bring value or to provide a better experience? So it was not clear for us in that moment. And of course, when we are starting, we don't start with real clients right away, right? So it was a really challenge for the commercial people in the past to say to the clients, believe me, this works, this will bring value to you. I don't have any clients yet, but it will. And today we can see that we have more than 50, 70, I don't know, 70, I don't know by heart, the number of implementations we have at this moment, but have Sophie everywhere in the world, North America, Latin America, Brazil, Europe. So yeah, definitely have more experience now. And now in the future, in the present, sorry, we can clearly see how Sophie can bring savings, how Sophie bring in fact value to the companies, to the end users, how we can improve user experience. And I think this is something changing, and I added here in the present, but it's between present and future, which is I don't know if Sophie's not seen as an innovation for every company. We already have some companies seeing that as already a really real need instead of innovation. This is something that you need to have, or you're staying behind. You see, so we're still there. We are in innovation, but it's not that new anymore. This is something that you must have in order not to stay behind your competitors and optimize your tasks, of course. And what I see in the future, so we can use Sophie for almost every area to talk about anything, to be plugged in different types of automations. So nowadays we are facing the challenge of defining, okay, so if I can do anything, from where should I start, right? What is the most relevant? Because we want to do a lot of stuff and we can have a really huge scope of implementation of Sophie, but from where should we start? And how are our plan of growing? Because in fact, we can have Sophie in many different ways. Once that you know the tool, you start thinking, okay, I can do this and that, and plug with that automation, provide this experience. It's crazy. The amount of possibilities that we have with Sophie, it's kind of crazy. Good. I think I'm late already. Let's go to the culture side. So what I've heard in the past, yeah, cool. Chat with me later, because it was something so new that the company said, okay, this is maybe a threat, a hinder, something that will mess with my daily task. I don't want to see that right now. Yeah, things like that. And in fact, people was afraid of adding AI, of adding this new type of technology inside companies, right? But here in the future, in the present again, sorry, faces seen as a part of the team. So we were able to change this culture, and now Sophie is seen as part of the team, something that in fact is helping people by absorbing tasks that are repetitive, that nobody wants to do, or an automation can do it faster, and we can save humans to deal with things that are more relevant, or decision making, or that needs that way of humans to think. Okay, so and people can see how it works, so it's easier for them to accept this type of technology. And unfortunately, because of this corona situation, we had to start working from home. Many people had to change their minds and kill their taboos and using chatbot and giving opportunity to chat with the chatbot and try this type of tools. This is something that happened a lot during this period, and had really nice return on that. So people liked, this is really good for us. And what I see in the future, the challenge that we have is having Sophie working, in fact, as an orchestrator. Because once that this is a type of technology that is becoming more and more common, it's being quite of common to see companies having different bots from different areas. So one bot for virtual assistant for human resources, another one for procurement and things like that. And the user gets stuck and doesn't know to which bot they should call to. So I think that in the future we should have Sophie working as an orchestrator, embracing all possibilities, and she can decide to which conversation or what the user is looking for, in fact, to bring the right response, and act, in fact, as a single point of contact. So you can reach only one channel, only one solution to be guided to the other one. So we don't need to think and to try to guess to whom you should reach. Okay, so I think it's that. So I don't know if anybody has some questions. I can ask my team to see. If not, it was a real pleasure to be here at the event. Once again, thank you for the invitation, and I hope you all guys enjoy the rest of the day. We still have a lot of really nice people to talk about really interesting stuff about Sophie. Have a nice day, everybody. Thank you very much. See you soon.
Hello, everybody. It's great to have you here today. It has been a pleasure. This is day 2 of Sophie World. And right now we'll call someone that has done a very special job. Mary has run all the renovation of the Sophie visuals, but it went way beyond just changing her face. We had during months several discussions about her look, how should she talk, how should she be seen by the general outside the world, how was the world of the other avatars evolving in so many areas, in games, in the corporate world. So I mean, it's a fascinating story. Mary did great all the time, so it's a pleasure to have her here to tell everything she has done in this great effort to make Sophie so much more trendy. So welcome, Mary.
Hey. Excuse me. Thank you so much, Alex, for that introduction. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us today. So as Alex mentioned, my name is Mary, and I work in the marketing department for Stefanini North America. And I work as a solution specialist focusing in artificial intelligence, and I've had the great opportunity to work with a lot of the folks who initially worked on Sophie to create Sophie. And as Alex mentioned, the marketing department's been hard at work for the past year and a half, kind of rethinking Sophie's appearance, how we should present Sophie to the public, and that kind of thing. So without further ado, we can go ahead and get started here. So if you're attending this presentation, you probably have noticed that Sophie looks a little bit different this year. Even from looking at this picture to the right of my screen here, you can see that something's new with Sophie. So before I go ahead and get into my discussion talking points, let's go ahead and hear from Sophie herself, along with Marco Stefanini, our global CEO and founder, and of course, Fabio Caverson, our digital business and innovation VP.
Hello, I'm Sophie. You probably know me as Stefanini's artificial intelligence-powered virtual assistant. Like all good technologies though, it's time for an update. Let's connect with Marco Stefanini, our founder and global CEO, and Fabio Caversan, our digital business and innovation vice president, for my announcement. Hi Marco and Fabio. Nice to see you both.
Fabio, what's new with Sophie? Well, Sophie keeps learning and acquiring new skills and everything else, but also I'm going to show you we have a new look and new appearance for Sophie, and I'm sure you're going to love it. It's great. Yeah. But you are the same Sophie, right?
I still serve as Stefanini's virtual assistant. In fact, my interactions with clients are much more engaging thanks to my realistic look and feel. I'm even more accessible now, which is supported by my ability to assist in 35 languages from anywhere around the world.
Yeah, but she's too humble. She's the same Sophie, but connected to more systems, with more skills, and ready to the new norm that we're in.
My new appearance helps me be more flexible, adaptable, and I can easily integrate with all of SAI's capabilities, including AI squads, machine learning, intelligent automation, data science, and computer vision.
What do you mean by SAI? Well, Marco, SAI is just Stefanini Artificial Intelligence, the things that we've been developing for the last 10 years, but now Sophie's connected to all that AI ecosystem to help our clients.
Thanks for taking the time to check out my new look. I can't wait to keep assisting our clients and keep them connected with our artificial intelligence solutions.
All right, so if Marco or Fabio are watching this, thanks again for being part of that video effort earlier this summer. We were happy to host Marco in our North American office. So he helped us kind of kick off the launch of Sophie's new look. So before we even get into Sophie's new look, however, we just wanted to touch base on Psy, which you definitely heard mentioned in that video. So our Psy suite stands for Stefanini Artificial Intelligence. And around the same time that we were discussing goals of changing up Sophie's appearance, how to bring Sophie into a little bit more of a modern perspective, it also brought up the conversation that there's been a little bit of confusion between Sophie as our virtual assistant and Psy as our overall artificial intelligence offer. So we have long been referring to Sophie as our AI platform, and unfortunately, that's not entirely accurate, right? Psy is more of a toolbox, not necessarily a platform that you can just deploy and continue working with. This is more so we put together AI solutions based on these capabilities here, right? So machine learning, computer vision, data science, intelligent automation, and natural language processing. And this is where Sophie comes in. So rather than continue to refer to Sophie as our AI platform, we wanted to make that distinction really clear because, you know, it's important for both our employees to understand that and also our clients to understand that. So just in the issue of more transparency, we made this distinction between Sophie as a virtual assistant and a portion of Psy's natural language processing offer, and then also Psy, our overall artificial intelligence offering, the custom-built solutions that we can build for clients using these listed capabilities here. So, of course, that was one of the reasons, but even before that conversation, we're all asking ourselves this question right now, right? Why does Sophie have a new look? So as a virtual assistant, right, and as the natural language processing portion of Psy, Sophie has the interesting advantage of the fact that Sophie is kind of putting a human face to our artificial intelligence capabilities here at Stefanini. And of course, as a virtual assistant, Sophie is communicating with our end users, humans, who want to be able to feel like they're being understood. We want to make sure that Sophie's appearance is kind of supporting these better and more personal interactions. So by making Sophie more realistic, we thought that maybe Sophie might be able to generate more empathy and emotional connections in those interactions with end users. So we landed on, of course, making Sophie more realistic looking. As you might have noticed in the video we just watched, Sophie, while still great, of course, Sophie was a little bit more cartoonish looking, usually stuck to the same uniform, and now we've kind of expanded Sophie's personality, Sophie's persona, along with her obviously blue hair and other features. But by being a little bit less cartoonish, we also are finding that it's a little bit easier to animate Sophie to be a little bit more emotional or demonstrate some emotions with ease. At the same time, we're getting into a new decade. We're in a new reality with new social values. And of course, this sparked a big internal conversation about, you know, how we can ensure that Sophie kind of reflects this new reality. The world today is a lot more inclusive, which is awesome. And while we can't, you know, change everything about Sophie since Sophie was already an established character, we kind of settled on her new appearance with the perspective that with her blue hair and a few other features I'll mention a little bit later, it's her new appearance is supporting a more diverse and also neutral perspective. So overall, Sophie's new appearance emphasizes the fact that Sophie is, and has always been, of course, approachable and relatable, and of course, speaking to her virtual assistant capabilities, smart and knowledgeable. So just taking a quick second to look at Sophie's physical traits. Obviously, you'll all notice, I'm sure, that the most stark difference about our current Sophie and our previous Sophie is the fact that she has blue hair. But of course, it doesn't stop there, right? She's also has gray and purple eyes and also medium skin color with no strong or over-dominating features. Again, kind of support that easily relatable feature of her personality. Our graphic designers did a great work to be really detailed with Sophie's eyes, and by focusing on those eyes, we're hoping to promote intelligence, right? And of course, you know, with kind of Sophie's neutralish appearance, the fact that she's got a natural look with little makeup, she's got a round face to look young, and at the same time, to portray that friendly demeanor, she's got a round button nose. So all of this is kind of supporting the fact that she is always there to help, always there to assist, and with a smile. So, as Alex mentioned earlier, It wasn't just changing Sophie's appearance, though. As a team, we kind of had to get together and think, who is Sophie for this new decade? From a marketing and branding perspective, of course, we want to be able to utilize Sophie in ways that might differentiate from her functionalities as a product, right? Kind of as a Stefanini ambassador or Stefanini spokesperson. So it took a little bit of expanding kind of not just the fact that she's friendly and approachable, right? But kind of really diving into who this character is. What is she interested in? What are her goals? Just to kind of help us even create more well-rounded marketing materials, right? So one of the big things, right, is that, of course, Sophie is innovative and she's also trendy, as we can see with some of the clothes that we'll see in a few slides here. But she also expresses credibility because she is a technological solution. At the end of the day, she is a virtual assistant supported by natural language processing. So we wanted to make sure that her persona kind of explores that point and expresses that. And again, she expresses herself through the clothes that she wears, which we can see right here. So we did a lot of studies looking into current tech influencers, be it people on YouTube making unboxing videos or journalists who have been doing a lot of research into the world of tech and reporting on it, just to kind of get an idea of not just who those people were, but kind of what their style was. So we kind of landed on this appearance that's both trendy, but can be also casual, allowing Sophie to be a little bit more on the go and energetic, but also giving her some chances to dress up. So before we even get into some of those looks, we can see here as well that we also have some accessories that kind of support some of Sophie's personality points about always wanting to be thinking about the future of tech, and then the fact that Sophie's a tech native who's always been an early adopter of tech. So, you know, Sophie lives and breathes technology. Oops. And again, we have a character who is constantly connected, like many young people nowadays, right? She's always checking her smartwatch, her laptop, her smartphone, which, you know, supports the fact that she's always on the go and she's energetic, enthusiastic while she does it. And then finally, again, we're feeding into this idea, right, that Sophie has credibility because she is part of a technological solution. So with her persona, we want to kind of make it clear that she's knowledgeable about tech trends before others discover them. And again, speaking to her role as a virtual assistant, she loves providing demos or how-tos because she wants technology to be accessible to everyone. And of course, kind of speaking to the fact that she's always been energetic and enthusiastic, she's excited about the future of tech and eager to share what she learns with others. So just to sum up some of the things we've already talked about, some of the goals of Sophie's new look, of course, were the fact that she is a virtual assistant assisting human end users. So we want to make sure that her new look kind of supports and encourages emotional connections. We also wanted to create an appearance that addresses Stefanini's flexibility. So we like to say that Sophie's blue hair represents our branding and our company's ability to adjust to new changes quickly, just as quickly as someone might dye their hair a new color. Another important point, of course, we wanted to differentiate Sophie from Sai and make it very, very clear to our clients currently using Sophie, our clients who may use Sophie in the future, and of course our employees, that Sophie's not necessarily our AI platform. We have Sai as a full suite of AI capabilities. Sophie is just a portion of that. And as I mentioned earlier, of course, Sophie is a product of our company, but also from a marketing perspective, Sophie has so much potential and capabilities to be a spokesperson of Stefanini as the human face of some of our technological solutions. So you'll definitely see in the future Sophie's look included in even more marketing materials as we kind of work to kind of build her persona as a credible thought leader. And then I touched on this a little bit earlier. With Sophie's appearance, we wanted to promote diversity. There's been a lot of great conversations out there now around gender identity, which kind of made us realize, right, that even though Sophie character presents as a woman, you can't really assign a gender to an artificial intelligence solution, can you? So moving forward, we're kind of working with Sophie in marketing materials using both she, her, and they, them pronouns to kind of speak to that facet of her personality and her character. So again, what you can expect from Sophie's new look is, of course, more visibility in our Stefanini marketing materials as we move ahead. Again, even more accessibility. And now, because of a new translation feature, Sophie's able to assist in more than 90 languages. And of course, she keeps learning and acquiring new skills. Again, more flexibility and adaptability in her interactions with users. She has new natural language features like enhanced context understanding and sentiment analysis that kind of let her read into the more subjective nuances of conversation, which is really helpful to also support that goal we had of supporting more empathetic connections with end users. And of course, we keep improving that natural language with algorithms from our research labs. So these are features that are always on the same route for improvement. And then finally, of course, Sophie is naturally connected to the entire AI ecosystem as a portion of our natural language processing offering. And now she can kind of even more easily integrate with SAI's capabilities by providing support to AI squads, machine learning, intelligent automation, data science, and computer vision. And this can all, be customized and mixed and matched, right? So Sophie, for instance, can use data science to give the user insights and make predictions. And she can also use computer vision to extract information from documents or pictures, whatever's most helpful to the user. But with that being said, yeah, that's kind of the whole story behind this. So we're really looking forward to continuing to work with Sophie's new appearance and new look, continuing to kind of tell her story from a marketing perspective, and of course, help her, be more engaging and helpful to our end users, because that's the goal at the end of the day. So that's everything from me. Thank you everyone so much for your time this morning. And up next, I just want to give a quick introduction to Jessiny Bascoa, who will be talking about a Sophie editorial. So thank you again for your time this morning, and enjoy the rest of Sophie World.
right. So, hello everyone. My name is Jessany, and I'll be talking for you today about a little introduction about Sophie's creatorship. And the first thing I would like to comment is that when we use this term creatorship, we are talking about editorial, which means we are talking about adding content to Sophie's mind. Let me see. Yeah. Okay. Now you can see my screen. Let me. So these are the four main topics I want to pass through with you during this our time today. And first things first, you've been listening about Sophie for I don't know 2 hours now, so you have an idea who she is. But let me just talk real quick about her. Sophie is our cognitive platform, the Stephanie cognitive platform, and she's also and virtual assistant, and today she's currently present in more than 150 clients, something like this. And you should probably thinking, well, that's a lot, and yeah, that's a lot. And when we're talking about those clients, we are talking basically about Latin America, North America, and EMEA. So yeah, that's a lot. In case you're asking to yourself, how are people using Sophie? How we are getting there with this amount of clients? I just put here some three of the main uses that we've been doing from Sophie. So the first is human sources with fact basis. So just answers and questions. The second feature we have been using a lot, it's the multi-language one, which means that one Sophie can talk, I don't know, today I think it's more than 35 languages differently, and it allows us to have a global application. So you have one Sophie talking a lot of languages, it makes you global. And the last one, but not least important, it's the ITO, which means we are focused on decreased service desk calls. Oops. And I can tell you about these amazing things we are able to do with Sophie now without telling you about Sophie's mind, because that's, in my opinion, what makes Sophie special, and you will see why. Um, Here are some points I always like to destack when we are talking about Sophie's mind. And the first one is that we have natively 3 million of concepts imported from MIT. So the first time you create your Sophie or you create a Sophie for your client, these amount of concepts and relations, they are already imported from MIT, and you cannot update it and making it better. Sophie also has a human-like understanding, which means she will not take just little words to understand what the user is talking to her, but she will use the context, and this is, in fact, can be. How can I say it? We can improve that by adding manually concepts to her mind or letting her learn herself some concepts. And I'll be showing this for you later. Now, let me show. I don't know. I know that's not everyone who already had the chance of seeing Sophie's mind, and that's what I would like to show you really quick here. So this is Sophie mind. Since you expand a concept that is already here, you can see everything that Sophie knows about it. And each arrow of this means something. The black ones means that this connection came from this MIT concept I mentioned earlier. Um, the red ones means that this is related to a rule that we'll be talking a little more about later. And the yellow ones means that an editor that is it's someone who adds self content, edit it manually through the knowledge manager. And you will be knowing it later too. So just for curiosity, this is how Sophie Mind works. Let's get back here a little. And since we are inside Sophie, since we were watching her mind, I think it's the moment to let you know what is Sophie made of. I like to always use these 4 points to tell you what Sophie is made of. And the first of them, it's the interface, which means where you will be talking with Sophie. So it can be a web assistant, it can be a Microsoft Teams, it can be Skype, whatever the platform you're using. This is the interface. Then we have the knowledge manager. That's where I always play that it's where the magic happens. That is where an editor enter and add self content and concepts and knowledge. And the mind you just saw, it's the responsible for understanding all these concepts and relations and the integrations. That is what allows us to connect to another kind of softwares. So now, before we go to the practical or visual part of this, I would just like to introduce you some editorial concepts just for the ones who never had this contact with this tool before, don't feel lost. So a rule is a sum of a question and an answer, and a flow it's normally a sequence of rules about the same subject that will provide you a service. Concept it's how Sophie understands the correlation between entities and concepts in the mind. The common knowledge is some it's flows that were already built for an editor in Sophie Master instance and can just be imported to your Sophie. We normally use this a lot in subjects like Microsoft Teams. That is something we want to be pattern for every client. So everyone who has this Microsoft Teams rules in her Sophie will have the same kind of solution. Then the commons, it's what allows the rules to have different kinds of uses, and the self-learned concepts, it's Sophie learning by user confirmation some kind of relations. Oops. Now I would like to start talking with Sophie. Okay, so Sophie's here to help us. Let's ask her how she's feeling about Sophie World this year. She's very excited for it and she expects us to enjoy the experience. And when I talk about rule, this is a rule, but this is a rule in end user view. And you can be asking yourself, how did it came there? Who wrote it? How someone wrote it? And that's exactly what I'll show you. This is the assistant, that's the interface we mentioned, and this is the knowledge manager. That's where the magic happens. So to that rule to be there, some editor came here and created this rule. And let's see how do a rule looks inside. We have many fields. We have many fields we have to complete here, but I won't be talking about all of them because of our time. But I'm talking about the most important. So the name of the rule you normally add, which is the subject of the rule. What will your rule talk about? This is the name. The label is what will be exhibited to the user when it becomes a button, and a category it's how we split content. So this rule was created for Sophie World. That's its category then. So next we will have questions, that it's basically what the user will ask of or something related to it. We are used to use two or maximum of three inputs here. It should be enough to self understand what you want to talk to her. And then we have the answer. That is exactly what Sophie is gonna answer the user. So if you remember what just saw Sophie answering us, it's exactly the same thing that it's here. All right. Now that you already saw how does a rule looks like, let's create one. I'm telling you it's easy. Then I'll show you that it's easy. And for this case, let's suppose that someone just lost this agenda for the event and this person wants to search for the landing page. So the person will ask Sophie about the landing page of the event. Here we'll be talking about landing page. Our label will be landing page. We can have two different inputs here. Let me take the second one here. Where can I find Sophie World land page? And then we will add what we want Sophie to answer the user, right? For this, we will say that we are happy the person is interested in our event and add a comment that if you remember, we talked that is what allows the answers do different things. And I'll be showing you this command I added, it's the new line. It allows us to skip one line between the first line and the other one you will be adding. Here we will use a different kind of command that it's called clink, and it's used for provide the user a link. Here I have the landing page, so we will add this URL here, and the label is how it will be exhibited. So it will be Sophie World landing page. We will select it to open in a new tab. All right, then we want to skip one line again and say that that Sophie hoped she could have, and then add a smile face. Something nice to mention here is that we can edit our text and whatever we want. So we can make it purple, we can make it bold, there's a lot of ways we can edit this text, right? Then we edit, save, publish, oops, and then we can test it since our publication is done. So let's see. Let's ask Sophie where we can find the landing page. And just like we just created, here is the answer. And if you click the link provided, you will be to the landing page. All right. Now, there's something important to tell you guys. There's two main ways of teaching Sophie something. The first way is by confirmation. So for this demonstration, I set the confirmation number in 3 times. What does it mean? Let me show you. If I tell Sophie that my car is on fire, she knows what to answer, right? But if I be a little more specific and say that my combi is on fire, she believes that it can be something similar to car on fire, right? Then we do our confirmation. Do you remember? I said we configured it in 3 times. So if we came here now to the concept, that it's where the editors can do relations between things, and we came to the self-learned part, as we did the first confirmation, Soph has kind of confidence that combi may be a synonym to car, it may be related. If we do the same for the second time, and we confirm that again it is related to car on fire, we came here again, we update it, and we'll check that she's more confident about it now. And if again, and for the last time since it's added on 3, we confirm it to her and go back here, update the page. We will see that Soph is 100% sure that these two words and these two um, concepts are related and they are synonyms. Okay, this is how Sophie self-learn things. It's by confirmation. Um, but let's suppose we are creating Sophie for a client, or you're creating yourself for yourself, and you have some kind of specific words or specific terms, and you don't want Sophie to have to wait from the user confirmation to learn that. How can we do that, or can we do that? And the answer is yes, and I'll show you how. So here, basically, let me start with this example. If I tell Sophie that I like to listen to music, so do she, and she even has these nice headphones to listen to it. If I want to be a little more specific and tell her that I like to listen to rock, oops, I write it wrong. Let me correct it. So does she, And she even has the nice headphones again because she understands that rock is connected to music, right? But let's be a little more specific on it and tell her that we like to listen to Queen. Oh, if it doesn't know Queen, what do we do now? We can just add this concept, but before we add it manually, I want to show you something on her mind. If we search for music, we will see everything she knows about music. All right, so we have this amount of connections. This is all she knows about music. If we look for Queen, oh, no relations here. That's why she doesn't know that Queen is related to music, right? Because Queen is just lost here. Okay, let's fix it. Um, Back in the concepts part, let's add a relation. If I tell Sophie that Queen, it's a form of music, save it, publish. Let's publish the rules just to be sure. Oops. Why do I keep doing this? Alright, let's wait it to publish. Here you can follow your publishing process. And let's tell her again we like to listen to Queen. Now she understands it because we created this relation. And here, if we get back to Sophie's mind now and do this little search again, we will see a new relation with Queen. And if you notice, this is yellow because it was an editor that made this connection through the knowledge manager. And the red arrows here means that it is related to music. So now every time I tell Sophie that I like to listen to Queen or I am listening to Queen, something related to Queen, she will believe that it's related to music. And the last thing I would like to show you guys is a really interesting flow. It's about satisfaction survey. This is what we call a quick win. That is something that impacts the user. It's interactive, and normally people has been liking it. So what's happening here is that Sophie is asking you to select one of the smile faces that represents how was your experience by using Sophie, and then you can select it and she will tell you how was your experience based on the little face you selected, and you can leave a comment about it. So let's say that Sophie World rock, and she will thank you, and you can again start go back to the main menu, or you can start in a new flow. So this is what I had to show you today, guys. When we talk about editorial, we always have a lot of subjects to talk. Um, these flows I showed you are simple flows, but they are really impactful. They are really interactive. People usually like to see it. And if you want to know more about editorial, about sentiment analysis, about entities, that is something that make our lives really easier talking in the editor side. Um, Please talk to someone on your team, and I'm sure we'll be happy to teach you and to show you more about Sophie. And I think that's it. So thank you guys for your time. Thank you for watching it, and we will be back soon with G. Anderson talking about introduction to site. Bye bye.
Hello, guys. For those doesn't know me, I'm Jay Anderson. I'm uh, I'm working right now with the innovation team. I'm a manager in the innovation team, and I have been working with Sophie for a while now, almost since her born, she was born. And today I'm here to talk a little bit about Psy. We have been listening from the other for the other lectures a little bit about what it is or what it can do. We were seeing about Sophie's new look and how she integrates in that suite, how she is part of that. And right now we will explore a little bit more about it. So if you guys can, yeah, thank you. So today, what we will be talking about, we will try to understand a little bit deeper what Psi is. So we will discuss the technologies around it, what does it has and what does it doesn't have, and why it was built. Like from where did it came, and some of its applicabilities, where Stefanini is using, how it can help our clients and our operations, and what type of problems can it solve. So, uh, as we have seen uh, Ricardo and Mary presenting, uh, we heard a little bit today about Psi, the Stefanini Artificial Intelligence Suite. So Psi stands for that, Stefanini Artificial Intelligence. And it's a group of technologies put together that bring out AI offer from Stephanie. So natural language processing, intelligence automation, uh, data science, computer vision, all these capabilities that we looking for in AI, we can find it here on site. And interesting or not, last year I was hearing the same event talking about smart behaviors, intelligence behaviors that we can see in artificial intelligence. And I like to make a parallel of the about the intelligence behavior that we can see in human beings and psi. So each one of these blocks of technology that we have in psi, for example, computer vision, it's something similar to our capability that almost all humans have to see the world. And as long as we are able to see, we are able to extract information from that and process that information and in a useful way to make decisions or to validate if something's there and stuff like that. As well as the natural language processing. Today we are hearing these amazing events, Sophie World talking a lot about natural language processing. And in this piece we have lots of different aspects of the technology. We have the capability to understand, we have voice recognition, we have translations, and we in natural language processing we have a big bunch of technology and smartness behavior that we can see inside, that we are able to analyze through Sophie, and it goes through intelligence automation as well. And when we talk about intelligent automation, is we can talk about the physical automations in the real world. So if I can manage to navigate a robot to to a place uh, if I can move a robotic arm, or if I can in that regard, it can be as well as an automation in a digital world. If I can integrate two systems, make they talk through RPA or emulating some human behavior or replacing some woman work uh, that's been doing by a person, and we can automate that as well. So there is some smart automation on that piece, and all the things that we are talking with people, getting information through text or through voice, receiving, processing images, even in smart manufacturing, we have a big bunch of data that's need to be worked on, that we can extract insights of it, we can run analytics and get information from that, and for that we need a strong data science capability that is all together inside. So we can think about the smart behaviors that we have on people, listen, talking, comprehending, doing stuff that we can make some parallel here with Psi. And from where it from where it came, right? What uh, why Stephanie decided to do that, and putting all of these together. Uh, Here is a sentence that I really like. That is, innovation is the ability to make the unthinkable possible. That's a powerful idea, and I think that's intrinsic in Stefanini DNA. Like the idea, like Marco was talking yesterday. We dream big. We try to get all what is possible in terms of technology and land that and make it happen, make it possible. So that sentence, make the unthinkable possible, I believe that is one of the strong capabilities, one of the strongest uh, 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 characters of Stefanini, that is making a dream happen, make what's possible in the dreams that we imagine in our solutions come to reality. And in Stefanini's technology, in Stefanini box of technology, we have we are working to act digital, to think digital, to be digital, to bring to our clients the co-creation of what's the best in technology, what's the best in practice. And Stefanini counts uh, with a big group of companies, with a lot of technology companies. That's Stefanini Group. That we have companies working on banking, companies working on marketing, uh, companies working on cybersecurity. We have a really strong technology piece related to cloud, to service, to human resource. And once we put everything together, all the needs that has in these companies, all the data that are generating, all the possibilities that they are facing, all the challenges that they are facing. We also have the AI piece of that, the AI piece like DNA, uh, UPI, Mosaic, and Scala. That's bring the artificial intelligence side. And once we get this mix of needs and technologies that we already have on house here on Stefanini, we put all of this together. The assemble of that is the idea of Psi. So we are applying Psi in virtual virtual agents. It's not news, right? So we are applying lots of Psi in digital workplace. We have seen these couple of days the the all the ideas, the jobs that Sophie has been doing uh, in human resource integrations with SAP, in different areas like industry, and we have here lots of different applications. Automation vesicle, autonomous vesicle, site translator. We have a lot of technologies putting in that mix together, and we can see it manifesting itself in some really real-time applications, like what we will see next. That is, for example, site translator. Site translator is available for all Stefanini employees, and uh, anybody in Stefanini right now can go to your teams, uh, type site translator in the app bar, look for site translator in the app bar, and you guys will be able to talk to Sai and ask him to join a meeting. Once you start talking with him, he will explain itself, how it works, what you need to do, and what Sai do. So the side goal is to get inside a meeting and make a bridge between people that doesn't talk the same language. So he can listen to you speaking in a language like you guys have seen. I was speaking in Portuguese, and he translated for another language in real time. She listen and translate it for the other language. So what we have here is the capability to have different peoples from around the globe talking different languages and understanding each other through technology, through site translator. So in that, here we are able to see site working on teams and make that bridge between people. And one of the things that we are seeing today is about self-evolution. Patricia and Jasani talk a little bit about how it's improving and how it's better, understanding more, easy to be trained, and we also last year we were talking a lot about the partnership with NVIDIA and the achievements that we have. That is to have a telephone technology that's able to answer in 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and on top of that, we have made some improvements regarding the capability to talk with the bot, the the bot interaction itself. So here's a sample of me talking with her in the telephone.
Hello, I'm here to help with translation. This is a simple phone translation. Mais legal dessa tecnologia é que eu posso interromper quando eu precisar e ela vai parar para me ouvir. This is a simple phone translation test. And the cool thing about this technology is that I can interrupt when I need it, and it's going to stop and listen to me.
So here we saw me talking with Sai in the telephone, and once I said something, it started translating it, and then I interrupted, and it stopped to listen what I was talking, and then after I finished, continued. So it's some of the improvements that we have been doing in the telephone system to make the interactions uh, between human and the technology a little bit better, a little bit easier. So it tried to really listen to the person, and just after getting out the message, process it and then reply it. Uh, another another interesting application. So thinking about Sai, Chris was talking a little bit about some intelligence, deeper of the future that we were all working on, and here we have computer vision helping to control robots to navigate to the environment, and although we have some interesting in the self-driving robots, one piece that I like the most is the uh, inventory control. So the automatically inventory control through image recognition. And what does that means? Let's take a look at this sample, and what basically is happening here is that we have, before we had 4 boxes and then one was added, and you guys were able to see the products changing. Right now we are adding a new one, so the new one is here. We can see the quantity, the products that is there, and once we take the product, we were able to see uh, uh, the update here and the product being take out of inventory. And once we add it, we are able to see it, this actual interaction, right? You take a product, it is taken out of the inventory, you put it there, it's added. So this image recognition piece can that we have right here, we can have uh, inventory completely automatized, and that's through image recognition technology. Another piece that I like a lot is the product line optimization. And what's it does basically, it has some orders related uh, uh, to paint, and we have the volume, the quantity of the quantity that is needed to be done, the time that it will take to build it, and the viscosity that each one of those have. Once we add it to the system came out with the best outcome. So we import some orders, and the system is our running, processing the orders, and the system come out with the best outcome, the perfect outcome, to have the most of the orders processed in the shortest amount of time. One problem here is that once you have a really a high viscosity in the product line, you need to wash the machine. So the best solution here is to do the most of the orders without washing without washing the machinery. So the optimization here is to have the most out of the product line without washing the machine. So we can see that we have viscosity 13 here, that's to take out at 4 p.m. In front of some others that is to take out at noon. And why of that? Because the viscosity is it's less, it has less viscosity than the other ones. So what we can see is that the system is optimized to produce to take the better outcome. And once we add a new order here that interfere with that structure, so we will add another 13 viscosity to the orders. And what will happen is that the system will need to rethink all the structure. So the ones that now that we added the 13 viscosity, we have the wash of the machinery come to third in the steps. So we have the two orders that need to take out at noon at first, and right after that, washing in the machinery and the order that we just added, because it is a big order. And although it need to take out at noon, it will just be possible to process this amount of orders at 12:30. So the best outcome in this is a 30 minutes delay. And the system is take out of all the orders and try to optimize to have to extract the maximum of that. So I'm really getting in the end of my time, so we will speed it up a little bit. All of that technology we can use in uh, in our product we call Infinite Data, that actually is a framework for data science, a framework for it's a data warehouse architecture that we can use to extract information in any format, audio, video, files, database, whatever is the format that we have, unstructured structure, we can extract information with that, centralize that information, and get insights of that. So this architecture is really robust, and the purpose of that is get information anywhere that is needed, and to provide insights through uh, AI analytics in reports that can be accessible in any place. So we have on top of all these technologies that we are seeing, the capability to put every all of this together in a centralized data warehouse and extract insights of it. And uh, Lisbeth, and to finish the idea, we are in uh, Sophie World here. We have the idea of we have Sophie using our some of the psi capabilities here. So we have the capability to put something extracting, starting interactions and manufacturing, as Chris mentioned, or monitoring, helping to monitoring the data warehouse. We can use Sophie to interact to, for example, to know what's the status of our inventory. And right here we have a nice demo of Sophie integrated with SuccessFactor, SAP SuccessFactor, to get proof of address. So someone need to change uh, the address, then come to Sophie and say, I want to change my address. So Sophie goes to Sophie goes to SAP, get the actual address that the person has, show it to the person, validates it if the person actually wants to change the address, if it's the change is actually needed. Then the person selects a file, in this case it's a view, that has the person address to prove that change, that new address that the person has. And what happens here is, so if you receive the information, interact with the user, and call Psi to process the image, to extract the address, the information that Sophie needs to validate. Sophie calls Psi, and Psi extracts the process the image, recognize the address, extract this address, cut the image in the right place that the address is, and then send it to Sophie. To Sophie validates what's the actual address is. So in this case, we type at the address that is in the view, but we change it. We don't make it easy for Sophie. We put we were living in Farmington Hills, so we changed it. So we said that we are living in Novi. What happens is, Sai processes the image, get the image piece, highlight where the address were, and then Sophie presents the information that she extracts from the user, compare with what Sai got in the file, and then put both together and is showing us that the information is not the same. So she's telling us that she didn't find an exactly match. So she is even showing us that the city is wrong. So the city that she found in the view is not the one that the user said. Then the user is asked to provide a new address, and that time we provided it right. And after that, Sophie is able to verify that both information are the same, and once she have it, she grants the possibility to confirm and request the address change. Then the manager receives the request, knows what the user requested it, all the information about the address is showing for the manager. So the file that the person sent, the cropped piece with the right address, the address that the person provided, and at the end, the manager just need to verify. In this case, we were requesting manager validation and human validation, but Sophie is doing all the hard work process to check the informations and validate if it's there. So once the manager approves, the user receives the message saying that its request was approved, and that's it. That was a sample of Sophie and Sai together. So you have seen where Sai came from, some of the applications that we have going on right now, and I hope that you guys now are able to answer who is Sai, and with that, I would like just to remember you guys that in an hour and a half we will come back. We will stop now for lunch. In an hour and a half we will be back with Fabio Caversan, our innovation VP for North America, and talking about the future of Sophie. So this is it. Thank you guys. See you maybe in next Sophie World. Have a nice day.
Hello, everyone. Uh, Welcome back. I hope you guys had some time in the break to eat something, digest a little bit everything that we're seeing today. I hope you guys can hear me. We are having, which seem to be having all the sorts of mute problem these days. If you're not, just let me know in the chat or somewhere. But anyway, Fabio Caversan here. Happy to be here in another Sophie World. Uh, Thank you for joining. And even if you don't have uh, time to see this live, I hope you guys can catch up and see the recordings later. And that's one thing that I'll like to start, right? What we are going to talk about today. Uh, I wanna 1 year ago, and 1 year went really, really fast, crazily fast. We talked about a few topics here in Sophie World 2020. I don't want to repeat that, but I certainly want to revisit. Right, whenever we talk about AI, these things change all the time. So I want to revisit a few of those topics, update you guys in what has changed or not, and then evolve and talk a little bit about how the landscape is looking like right now, not only for AI but for natural language and for Sophie itself, and how we're planning what are our future steps in terms of the product evolution. Um, and in between, those two major topics. Remembering last year and talking about Sophie future, maybe we'll tackle a few of those uh, uh, big concerns or philosophical questions in AI, like the true AI and things like that. But anyway, uh, and by the way, we have that recording of in Sophie channel of Sophie World 2020. Feel free also, if you haven't had the opportunity to watch that, to watch. It's a lot of good content in there. So we talked about last year. We started really broad, talking about AI, about the artificial generic intelligence, AGI, that nowadays is a acronym that everyone knows about. So we started with AGI. Then we narrowed down a little bit about the schools and the different approaches that we have for AI. Narrowed down again to natural language processing, that is the field that Sophie is part of. And finally, we talked about Sophie, right? So let's try to follow that same path. But again, I'm not going to spend the whole time here talking about those concepts. I really want to focus in what has changed and how not only the market but also academia and all the research institutes and laboratories around the world are working and are thinking about those problems, right? So AGI, artificial generic intelligence, right? The holy grail of many AI researchers is really to have an AI that is capable of um, like ourselves, I would say, act in any problem, learn new skills that was totally untrained for, be able to generalize with just a small instructions or pieces of data, and I guess more than everything, be able to unpack, right? To unpack what we sometimes transmit, what we sometimes articulate in very small and compact packages, but there's a lot of information in there because we have context, we have our memory, we have our education, culture, and so on and so forth. So that's AGI, right? What we see in all the science fiction movies, and that's what would say most of the AI researchers, bleeding edge AI researchers, are trying to get to. Several predictions in the past said that by now we would have it. Another ones a little bit more conservative say that by 2030 we will have for sure. But anyway, it's a great philosophical issue. What I said last year, and I'm gonna restate that, is that I don't think we are closer to that than we were last year, right? And when I say this distance is really a technological, scientific distance, right? This can be, if we have a breakthrough, um, this can be, this problem can be solved in 1 year, in a short period of time. But throughout the last year, we haven't seen this. We are creating even uh, more complex and sophisticated models, and bigger, especially bigger, huge AI models. But we are not giving that next step of really AI systems understanding what's going on. Most of the advances are in recognition, really interpolation, extrapolation, generalization of data that you already have, and usually you have in a huge volume. So it's more and more. Last year that had already started, but nowadays more and more we see major institutes of research, and really people on the edge of this science field saying that, hey, we need new approaches. We need to revisit the things that we retired, and we need a new approach, because right now it's clear that our our major AI models, they don't have a clue of how the world works, or how to do reasoning and things like that. So that's the state right now. There are even people going in a more radical way, and it's interesting, saying that we don't even have AI nowadays. Nothing that we have is AI. And that's based on a new definition of AI. And recreate in some level that intelligent behavior. Okay, if that's the definition, I guess we have several AI, real AI applications nowadays. Now, if you go to the new definition, that is a true AI system is a system that can be trained to perform one task, but then you can put that system on an entirely different task that it hasn't been presented data sets or trained or anything like that, and it can learn and perform that task even if he's not an expert. That's true intelligence, because we can do that, right? Human beings can do that, and other animals, to be fair. But anyway, um, so if that's the definition, then products with AI working around, they are very rare, and I would say that we have only a few lab results that would fit as AI for really simple tasks. So and that's not only me saying, right? Even the creator of Keras, Microsoft's leads of AI. So they are all talking about this. Is an interesting debate, but I'm just trying to show here how the scientific community and the market is shifting to, well, we definitely need something new. We need to do a leap here. Otherwise, just putting more data and continuing this path, we're not seeing us any closer to a generic AI, let's say, right? And in that scenario, I'm sure if you guys already see me talking, I talk about symbolics versus connections. I talk about it all the time. And in that scenario, symbolic techniques like logic reasoning and semantic networks, and even an area that we call computational intelligence that use fuzzy logic, genetic algorithms, and neural networks. Those things that we had basically, that they were out of the highlight for a while. We just parked them there, and are not and when the deep learning models and deep neural networks started to have very impressive results, we kind of forget them, even call them good old fashioned AI. Interesting name, things that are like maybe 10, 15 years old. But we are starting to revisit that. Even lab companies like DeepMind are starting to combine those old techniques with the techniques that they have nowadays to try to again reach this new level of intelligence. What is pretty interesting and not surprising at all, neural networks for a long time they were abandoned, right? After a few studies from Minsky and etc. said, hey, this is not going to work. This is not going to solve complex problems. They were abandoned for years until a new wave and new techniques came out. So AI has always been like this. So we forget about something, and then now let's try to build hybrid models and things like that. And you guys probably already know where I'm going with this, right? Sophie's a hybrid model. Spoiler alert, but let's keep going. Then this is how the field is. I'm really, as always, looking forward to the next year. Who knows? Maybe next year I'll be here talking in Sophie World how we achieved a new level of intelligence. I don't know. Maybe with the power of quantum computing or whatever. But this is where we are at right now. Narrowing down a little bit more, how this is working in natural language, right? How these conflicts are working in natural language. Well, there's no way to deny that the large language models like GPT-3 and others are getting a lot of attraction, and they can write articles. They can answer questions like from FAQs and things like that very well. But it's a fact that they still can't understand what they're saying. So sometimes they're going to reply you something that is totally false, or they created from nowhere, and that's concerning. That's concerning because now within this whole true AI search, naturally questions like explainability and bias are arising everywhere. So if your AI is answering me this, I want to know why your model is giving me this assessment or this answer. Or is your answer free of bias? On what data have you trained your model, right? If we train it on everything that is public in the internet, well, that's not, in terms of distribution, I would say, or the prime moment of intellectual content for humanity. So anyway, how can we do that? With those, although there are studies on deep learning field, and those are all models built with the deep learning, we still have challenges explaining what such models are doing, why they are giving you an answer, and removing biases from those models. And naturally, again, hybrid models can help to fix that, help to try to solve that problem. It is a huge challenge right now. And so finally landing at Sophie, right? We are naturally in this kind of scenario. We keep studying everything that is being created. We keep testing them. We keep doing benchmarks, and we'll keep doing that. Or research, division, let's call it. It's always active since the beginning. I'm super happy that we have the support from the whole organization. We'll keep doing that. And whenever one of those things can be used, and we are testing right now GPT for very specific portions inside Sophie's mind. Whenever we can use one of these things, we are going to use. But again, we want to be mindful what is applicable and ethical and safe, explainable, and all those things, right? Everything that we discussed, we are using in Sophie, right? Since the beginning, this idea of using hybrid approaches, of mixing symbolic and connectionist techniques, that was our decision by design since the beginning. So this movement of the scientific community of bringing back those old techniques and merging and creating hybrid models, well, we it's not new for us. That's what we've been doing for the last 8 years, I would say, not from the very beginning. But so we are in that path, right? At the same time, at the same time, we will keep investing in how to make it easier and faster and create more standard integrations for Sophie, right? Because it's important to advance in both fronts, right? One thing is the natural language capability, and we want to have the best engine and keep being able to train Sophie with few examples faster and easier and so on and so forth. But we also want to invest in all those different integrations, and you guys are seeing today a lot of different applications and how we've been using Sophie. I always watch this event with a huge interest because sometimes I see Sophie being used for things that I hadn't imagined before. So that's where we wanna how we gonna keep working in the future of the product, right? Uh, Again, Sophie's AI, it's explicable. If there's a problem with bias in Sophie's mind, and you guys probably saw Jason showing Sophie's mind, you can go there and you can remove it. You can add, you can balance things because you're gonna see how Sophie's thinking and you can fix it. You don't need to add millions of examples to try to counter a balance, a bias, or a problem, or anything like that. Uh, so that's pretty much where we are with the product. We are really obsessed about that in our research labs, right? To separate what is fiction, sci-fi, or just hype, right? Like Ricardo was showing in his presentation, from what really is reality. And then we want to separate what's reality in a lab, that it's still not good in security issues, in performance and whatever, to what's reality in a product, in a production environment, in an application that our users can use and can really bring value to their lives today, right? And we'll keep following that mission, that passion that we have, to make Sophie give a few more steps in the direction of this new true AI definition, even if we are not quite there yet. That's what I had to share with you guys. Thanks for joining. I'm taking a look at the chat here. I'll give another meeting. If anyone has any question, please put on the chat, and I will try my best to reply. Other than that, we will be back in 10 minutes. Alex is gonna be here, Whoopi's CEO, the other guy that started this madness here, and talking about how to transform business, right? A more business focused discussion with Sophie capabilities. Okay, no questions so far. Anything, please feel free to reach me. Thanks everyone, and Yeah, talk to everyone later.
Olá, agora chegou a minha vez. Oh, sorry, I'm speaking in Portuguese. So I just noticed that today is the English day. So I'm starting to talk with you in the right language. My name is Alex. I'm the founder of Whoopi Stefanini, or as Fabio, my co-founder, just said, we created this madness. And madness indeed it was. It's very interesting to look at things through the lens of time. Sophie is a development, an idea that started pretty much 7 to 8 years ago. As Patricia said in a previous talk, it wasn't called Sophie in the beginning. I think we named it Sophie just 3 years after that, and in 2016. It was just an idea. And the idea was how we can make a particular kind of business at that point more efficient. That particular kind of business is something called service desk. Most of our operations in the world started with service desk. Many of them still have strong roots in that particular area. But today I want to tell you how do we use Sophie in different areas, in different business, in different ideas, how we tackle a variety of problems that arise in the enormous amount of clients we have around the world. Something interesting is that most of our clients are $1 billion companies, so large companies that went beyond the threshold of revenue of $1 billion, which is very impressive. So all those corporations, they are complex. All those corporations, they have a culture, a strong culture. All those corporations that have some very particular aspects that we have to respect. So we cannot go there and impose a vision and impose one technology. This technology has to blend with what these companies are trying to do or trying to achieve. And that for me is a testament of how much Sophie is flexible, because almost 200 clients around the world right now, we have been able to do that, bring results, make things work, interact with those companies and those cultures. So I'll start sharing it with you. I wanted to do this brief introduction. So let me go there. And find the right presentation here. I think it's this one. So, I mean, we are talking today about how we can transform business with Sophie. And I want to start with this phrase here because it's very interesting. As I said, any business is based in processes. We need those processes to be more and more efficient. We need to streamline them. We need to make them faster. We need to make them more comprehensible for everybody that is involved. Many times, those processes involve several different systems because, as I said, we have as a clients large corporations, banks, chemical companies, car companies, retail companies, and those companies they have not only a very complex set of tasks of things that have to be done, but they have an enormous amount of systems that support those tasks. So, I mean, many times we have a system called ERP that is usually the heart of a company, either industrial company, a logistical company. The most famous of those softwares is called SAP. Many times we have information is stored in different sets of cloud providers like Amazon, Google, or IBM. We have a variety of systems developed for that system. We have CRMs, which are systems that are used to talk to your clients, to sell or to support your clients if they are final customers. We have ITSM systems, which are use it to support internal process within a company, and we need to optimize those. We need to make those systems work in a faster way. Well, some very important intelligence providers in the world, like ISG and Gartner, they say Stefanini is one of the best companies in the world when it comes to provide you with high quality services to manage your workplace, so to manage the people that work for you. And I think those quadrants, they show that. So they show how hard we have been working over the years to be close to our clients, and our secret is no secret. It's just hard to do. So I mean, it's hard to be flexible. Everybody says they are client centric, but I mean, who decides that is not us, is the client. So I mean, when it comes to Stefanini, Gardner said that most of our clients say we are the closer company to them, that we understand their hurdles and we can help them to go over those hurdles. We had to incentive self-services, so people need to support themselves through an easy use of technology. And as I said, we like to understand the reality of our clients to be able to create new stuff with them. And we have developed a technology to do so. That technology is called Sophie. And here I'm bringing those same research institutes and some of the things they say about Sophie. Um, Gardner is the largest intelligence institute in the world, and it has been recognizing Sophie for 3 years in a row for the role that the Sophie has transforming and supporting our clients. ISG goes a little bit further. So they say that through our cognitive platform, Sophie, we can solve problems in a simple, intuitive way. And that's exactly what we are trying to do here. So we wanted to make Sophie flexible enough, smart enough, intelligent enough to get to any sort of problem related to the relationship between the user and the machines that have to handle process, and make it simpler, make it more intuitive, make it lighter. I'll explain this to you through a video. So I mean, it's important that you understand the context of this video. I mean, so what we are doing here. What we are doing here is this. This screen that you see on the presentation, it's in Portuguese right now. What this is trying to do is to recoup or recover an invoice that was sent to some simple client. If you try to do that in the usual set of systems, so if you try to do that in a system like SAP, what you have to do is go to several different areas, menus, drop-down windows, selections. It's complicated. It's complex. It's so complex that when you buy a system like SAP, usually spend as much money training people to use it as you spend buying the software, because it's hard. Because I mean, there are literally thousands of operations that you can do within the system, and many times you don't know how. It's not as just a location. It's a step-by-step process that you have to learn. And everybody has learned one process a long time ago, which is natural language. So that's why we say that Sophie is a natural language processing system, because it understands the simpler, easier way that humans have to communicate, which is, writing, speaking, and it translates it to the language of systems. So what we are showing here is that instead of going to many windows and menus, quite simply on this video, what you do is that you ask Sophie. Here are the things I want to help you. It's a very simple menu with 3 stuff. And then Fernando here just says, I want to download an invoice, and Sophie replies, cool, so I'll need some information. Can you give me the number of the invoice? He gives some more information, code of the place of the system, number of the invoice. Then Sophie gives Fernando the option of using XML or PDF, and here it is. You have the invoice, and Sophie is available to again continue to support the user. When you look at a corporation, this is pretty much like magic. And that's why when we started this many years ago, it sounded really crazy that we would get to this point. And we got to this point due to a very capable engineering, due to the dedication of so many people that understood how things are done, and how which direction we'll have to follow in order to do that. But there is a path to that, and I would like to show that path to you. So when you are thinking about automation, and what we have just shown you is automation on its core. So we are taking something that is done manually in a way, and we are creating a series of small steps in order to make it much simpler. There is a journey. Once I was talking with a client from the hospitality business and hotel chain, and we introduced Sophie to them, and they love it. And they said something really cool. I mean, they said, it looks really simple. And we in hospitality business know how hard it is to make things look simple. And so, I mean, we are trying all the time to make it simple. And over the years, and we have, more than 200 implementations under our belt right now. The simple has developed a pattern. And a pattern is pretty much shown here. So if you want to automate something, first of all, we need to understand what. We call that knowledge bases. So what is a knowledge base? Is a set of articles or steps that tell you how to do something. how to install a program, how to connect my keyboard, how to change my car's tire, how to schedule an appointment with a doctor. All those are knowledge bases. And for Sophie, I mean, we have today certainly thousands of different knowledge bases to do, many things that we already thought of, our clients thought of, and many others they will. So we need to understand those knowledge bases. So what we are saying here, we need to understand what you want to do. We want to understand how you do it. We want to suggest some better ways to do it, and then we'll bring it to Sophie. The second thing is that we need to decide the channels that we want to talk to you. Channels is simply the contact point. The channel can be SMS, channel can be a website, can be an app, can be a chatting system, a text system like WhatsApp. It can be Facebook Messenger. It can be Google Workplace, Microsoft Teams. Many of our clients, as they are corporate clients, they use Microsoft Teams right now. So those are the channels. The channel might be one, might be many. We'll get to that in a moment. And in order to know what you are asking us, and in order to start to create some intelligence about what we are doing, we need to integrate with what we call a ticket system. They usually have one of those two combos of little letters there. They are usually an ITSM, so it's a system that support technology demands, or a CRM, which is usually a system that supports sales demands. But I mean, the integration with one of those is essential for us to start doing business. Then it comes the question of how the human support will check in. Why? Because Sophie is a process tool, and Sophie is, when it comes to client, either internal or external client support, it's a retention tool. What's a retention tool? Let's suppose that you need to understand where is the order that you just made to a restaurant or to a supermarket. You can call them, and then you take the phone and they will answer to you. They'll look into a system and they will answer to you. Or the system automatically can do, as I just showed you, ask the number of your order, or what time, or what's your name, or whatever is the identificator that you used, and the system itself, Sophie itself, will check it out. But we can retain part of it. We cannot retain everything. So we usually say that we can retain whatever is a requisition, so something I'm asking that is based on establish the steps. But it's hard to answer to what we call incidents, which are things that are outside the scope of a normal day or a normal process. Like, I should have internet and I don't have internet. Or I'm waiting for this packet to arrive from the supermarket for over 3 hours and it didn't. So I mean, please check if it wasn't delivered to someone else. And if it was, I mean, there is nothing Sophie can do at this point in time. So we need to talk to someone, and that someone will try to give you more information or make decisions, and that's a magic that Sophie does as well. Sophie allow your agent, and we'll talk more about that later on, to focus on the solution of problems and not focus on processes that are very simple and repetitive and just consume time and do nothing else. So I mean, in order to that to work, obviously we want to increase the self-support, and then we get to a next step, which is called omni-channel. Omni-channel, you remember that I explained to you what channels are. So omni-channel is when you have many channels working towards the same goal. So you might be using Instagram, you might be using WhatsApp, you might be using rich text format, you might be using web in an app, and no matter which one of those channels, those interests, those contact points you choose, you talk with the same knowledge base, and in each one of them will be able to support you and count on what you are doing. Then we go to a next step. It's which is called we call proactive support. Proactive is down the road because it's hard. When something is proactive, it means that you don't have to call us anymore. We'll call you. So I mean, you just ordered pizza. Instead of you getting into the app and asking, how long it will take the pizza to arrive to me, we'll keep feeding you through whatever channel you chose. Again, SMS, Instagram, WhatsApp. Your pizza is being prepared. Your pizza is ready now and it's hot and we are sending it to you. Your pizza is on the delivery vehicle and should arrive to you in no more than 7 minutes. So please go to the front door to receive, so you won't let the cheese freeze. And then, I mean, we are doing more than you expect. We are going beyond simply receiving the demands we have. We are giving you stuff. Then we keep adding. So we take whatever knowledge bases we have and we add external contacts. So in a moment, if you don't know anymore how to support people, I can take you to the web, for instance, to find out something, or give you another example. This is something that we have done before. So let's suppose you have a company that makes car parts, and your clients obviously are car shops who need to fix cars. But more than to fix cars, they need to understand how to specifically use a car part. So how, I mean, it's retired from the engine, let's say, and how it's put back on the engine, and it's a lot of knowledge to place within Sophie. I mean, so what we do is this: we point Sophie out to a repository of information about the car parts produced for that particular company for many, many, many years. And Sophie, instead of simply looking into her brain, and it's an amazing brain, she goes out and tries to find information about that particular topic and brings it to the user. Then we integrate with more areas of service because we want to make more transactions. And in the end, what we want to generate is two things. First, high quality analytics. With that, what we want to do is to make you understand the needs, the behavior, the seasonality. So I mean, how those behaviors and how those needs, they change over the period of time. And then once we start to do that, then we can go back to what I explained before. We can go back to discuss efficiency, because I know the problems we are supporting. We know the needs of the customers we are supporting, and we want to create what we call a convergence. So instead of a company spread out in a multitude of systems, and different processes in different areas, we want to create a comprehensive, a powerful knowledge center where you can relate to on pretty much anything a company can do. And we have done that in some clients. We already have clients with 7 different areas within Sophie. So we support IT, but we also support logistics, and we also support human resources, and we also support purchases, and we also support industrial needs. So, I mean, there is a lot of things this tool can do. And to do that, I mean, you don't need anymore to navigate into system 1 with a kind of login, a system 2 with a different login, and system 3 with a different login. You just ask Sophie, and Sophie will solve everything to you. So this is pretty much a graphic that you want to explain how do we continue to create value to our clients. Because as I said, I mean, if there is many different areas of a company within Sophie, what it means is that we want to continue to create value in cycles. So the first thing we do, we find opportunities. And then there are 2 very important things after you find opportunities. You have to define your goals, and you have to define your expectations, because sometimes your expectations and your goals, they clash. I expect to receive something. I have an objective goal, but that is simply not possible. So, I mean, we have to define goals that can be delivered in each one of those cycles. Then you have to prioritize. If we don't do that, we might get lost in the complexities of the realities we have. We propose solutions. We'll always analyze the viability of each one of those solutions. I mean, can it be done? Can it be done systemically? Can we integrate? Will security allow us to do so? Can we protect the data? Can we manage access? Can we do all that? So we need to analyze the viability of everything. And we like to map indicators. So we like KPIs. We like to measure stuff to know if we are in the right direction, because if we don't map stuff, if we don't measure stuff, it's very hard to know if anything is working. I mean, then we just go to the feeling territory, and the feeling territory is not really the best place for us to do objective things and create value to our clients. So we like to define indicators, we validate, we propose, we implement, and then start over. It never ends. It never ends because the companies continue to grow, the market continues to change, the challenges are renewed, new areas are created, other areas are closed. So, I mean, there is always a lot of things to do, and we are very proud that we have, we are establishing long-lasting relationships with the clients we have. Here is a little bit of a graphic explaining what I just said. So, I mean, many channels. Through many channels, you go through Sophie's brain. Sophie uses something called natural language processing. Sometimes you might even use voice. So Sophie can be connected to an IVR system in order to respond to you through voice. and if necessary, on the other side, you can talk with your agents. But now we have augmented the capabilities of those agents, because those agents right now, they don't need anymore to keep answering, silly questions like, can I download an invoice? That I mean, you just went there and have done yourself. Now your agents, they are necessary to make decisions. They are necessary to start new initiatives, to make you feel comfortable making business with your company, because we are freeing their time to do so. So I mean, when we started this thing of Sophie, this journey of automation, there was this very relevant concern about what will happen with people. I mean, we'll fire a lot of people, and the reality is that it hasn't happened. Only that people becomes more efficient, because we take out from them the need to handle tasks that does not create any kind of new knowledge or satisfaction to that people. With Sophie, you can also uh, personalize everything. So I mean, in many of our clients, Sophie is not called Sophie. Sophie is called many things. Some of names are very funny, like Bob Steele or Martin or Stella or stuff like that. Some have a beautiful appearance, so some others are not that beautiful. Some of the clients still use Sophie because they like the avatar. But I mean, you can adapt colors, you can adapt logos, you can adapt window patterns. So I mean, we can make Sophie look like your own pal. Uh, and here, uh, beyond building or personalizing Sophie, I mean, you can build really an ecosystem of systems. So, I mean, you can connect, as I just said, with SAP. Either it's success factors for human resources of Soulman, SAP has some nice names, to handle tickets. You can connect with Jira, you can connect to UiPath to make some RPA automation. You can talk to everybody through WhatsApp. And in the end, what Sophie does is that it becomes a huge hub that connects all those systems. So in that small window that you see on the left side, you can connect some very complex, large systems and make them look simple. So imagine if you have to jump from SAP to Jira to UiPath to anything. There is a learning curve that takes a lot, but Sophie makes it much simpler. So those ecosystems are the huge value of Sophie, and that's why we don't talk about chatbots anymore, because that's just the part that you see. But the really important part of Sophie is what you don't see. Is how in the background it ends up changing everything around it. Obviously, Sophie also connects with Stefanini Artificial Intelligence Platform, which is called Psi. And when it comes to Psi, we have much more stuff. So we can add, for instance, computer vision. What is computer vision? When you think about artificial intelligence, what we are trying to imitate is the human being, obviously. So the human being speaks, so we have natural language processing. It thinks, so that's why we have the different kinds of minds, and we see. and we are trying to reproduce that as well. And what Seam does, I mean, I can show Sophie some document. Actually, G. Anderson has shown it in his talk, and Sophie will understand what's written there and take an action based on it. We can process automation in different areas of a company to make it more efficient, and obviously we dive really deep into data in order to create an effective business model, and in order to enhance the capabilities of the business of our clients. In the end, as I said, uh, we look at KPIs. Here are some of the KPIs that we look at when we do an implementation of Sophie. We look at retention, which I explained, the number of sessions that are happening, the amount of interactions for each session, because we want to know if the user is finding it easy or not so easy. Obviously, the number of users, performance per channel is quite important. So we want to know of all those multi-channels we have provided, which ones are the strong ones, because the strong ones are the ones that we will, move more processes to, and we want to know always if our client is satisfied with us. We measure that all the time, and actually is usually quite good. The level of approval of Sophie, if we consider all the operations, is usually beyond 90%, and that's something that's very important to us. Uh, Getting to the end of this presentation, uh, some of the benefits that Sophie can bring. Uh, the main one on business is that your ideas, they don't depend anymore so much on the IT guys. I mean, we are providing you a way to make your ideas get to the market faster. We are not taking most of the time in your team to learn complicated process. Now they can think, and if they can think, they can transform the business, which is everybody's looking at. So I mean, we talk so much about digital transformation because we need to look at a new way to do business. When it comes to resources, we want to reduce the efforts that you need to do anything. And obviously, you have to change the mindset as well. There is no way to transform a company without changing culture. So, culture comes first. And then technology comes, and they both together can do amazing things. One without the another is poor. Uh, my final messages this afternoon. Uh, we always have to think big, but we have to start small and with very secure, safe steps. We need to know where we are going. We need to walk before we run. We started Sophie many years ago with a set of achievable, modest goals. uh, they were hard to achieve, but they became more ambitious, and then now we are running. So we need to some time in order to make that work, and we need to build value consistently, continually. We need to bring to each one of the stakeholders in our organization a comprehension of the value of what we are doing. As I think I spoke a lot about defining our goals, and it's important to be committed, because a journey of transformation never ends. There is no end point. That's no victory. I mean, the goal is to continue to play. The goal is to make better every time. So we need to understand that this process will continue and continue, and when we need to start doing it better in order to make it more rewarding for everybody involved. And finally, there is no transformation to others if there isn't a transformation for us. So we need to start with ourselves, with our teams, with the people we lead, and then make the others understand the value of it. I want to thank you for your time this afternoon. It was a great pleasure. I mean, it's an honor for me to be here on Sophie World. This is small idea that is becoming larger and larger due to the fantastic job of so many people around the world involved in the technology, involved in sales, involved in operations. Um, I would need a lot of time to thank them all. So thank you this afternoon. You continue in a while with Chader Costa, who will do the last talk of the day, and our thank you and goodbyes. Thank you, guys.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. Hope you guys are hearing me fine. So, first introducing myself. My name is Gabriel. I'm the Sophie implementation lead responsible for the North America operation. Okay. And today we are going to be uh, talking about uh, channels and integrations. So a quick a quick summary about a few topics that we'll be approaching today. So basically, why are channels important, right? Omni-channel concepts, why also integrations are essential. And at the end, I'm going to demonstrate a simple video of how Sophie can be only a single point of contact. Okay, so channels. As we have the challenge of letting Sophie available for any channel that users may use, we have increased and enhanced users' experience with the possibility of Sophie being available in multiple channels. And that raises the question, uh, why are channels important? Chat channels retain users, right? So it's they are 4 times faster than other types of communication. Also, chatbot channels are synchronous, which means that users can interact anytime with chatbots due to their high availability, even after hours when a human is not available for providing any support or assistance. It's a better and easier experience. Before exploring the concepts, right, of omnichannel, let's try to introduce to you quickly other types of channel concepts, right? On the left, we have an image that illustrates a multi-channel concept. We can see that we have multiple channels available, but they are not connected between themselves. That means users will have a different experience in which one of the channels. A quick example uh, would be, well, let's suppose that when we see an adding in a star site and it's showing a specific price, uh, and you go to the physical store, look to the same product, right? The price is different. So basically, a different experience based on channel. Now, on the right side, we can see a cross-channel illustration. Uh, the channels still don't have connectivity between them, but they complement each other. We can get a real example mentioning Netflix. Netflix spreads alerts through text messages, emails, Twitter, Facebook for sharing news related to their new content. And now we can explore more about the omni-channel concept. We can see that we have multiple channels and they are connected. So basically, everything that is made in a channel reflects in the others. User can get assistance in on one channel, like a web page, and later they can check the status of that assistant in their mobile, for example, using other channel. In addition, users can use which channel they prefer, which turns the interaction quicker. Uh, Also, and Sophie is based on it. Sophie is an omni-channel chatbot. A user can chat using Sophie's web page and request, for example, a new laptop. After that, the user could be checking the request status in Sophie through the Microsoft Teams, for example. And here we have a few Sophie channels that Sophie currently has, like Microsoft Teams. Sophie also have a native web interface that can be accessed by any browser. Uh, Sophie has a Google Chat as a channel, Slack, a very popular channel here in Brazil, WhatsApp, and that those are only a few channels, right? Sophie is uh, really can have much more channels available as needed. Now going to the to the integrations part of the presentation, let's try to exercise how it gives efficiency to operations. So first thing is why are integrations essential, right? So chatbots that only have content are not enough anymore. They need to provide a much more enriching experience and have integrations for automating process and give really efficiency to operations. And integrations is one of the biggest reasons that Sophie is a so rich tool. Sophie is flexible, reliable, efficient, and flexible. So it means that Sophie can integrate with any tool that has an API available. And even though a tool doesn't have an API for establishing a new connection, Sophie can automate manual process via RPI, for example. Sorry, just skip it one part. Uh, and besides that, uh, even if a user still isn't satisfied with all integrations capabilities that Sophie offers, she can easily redirect the user to a real life agent chat in the same channel without needing to exchange the current user interface that the user is using. And here we have a real scenario. So let's try to use an IT operation like service desk as an example. Sophie can integrate with Active Directory for password reset and an ITSM tool such as ServiceNow, ServiceAid, CA, right, for ticket management. A real example would be if the user forgot his password. Uh, Instead of calling the service desk and spending 5, 10, 15 minutes trying to reset his own password, the user can access Sophie through an available channel and ask help for resetting the password. Quickly, following password change requirements, of course, Sophie will guide the user through the process and reset the user's password. After the process is completed, Sophie can create a ticket under the user's profile for recording that interaction. It can be done in seconds and it gives much more efficiency to the service desk operation. Also, the agents from the service desk can focus on more complex matters. Here we have a few tools that Sophie currently integrates to. It's important to say that Sophie is trying to follow a path to be a low-code chatbot, right? So it means that for the most used IT HR tools, even SAP, she could and can integrate extremely fast as she counts with several integrations, pre-built integrations, right? We call that by Sophie package. It's important to emphasize that we really are spending time focusing on having more and more those packets and pre-built integrations in a plug-and-play mode as such as we can. Of course, focusing in the quality as well. Uh, Also, as we know that there is an infinite world of tools and processes that Sophie still can integrate and automate for non-existing pre-built integrations. A new a new package can be designed, right? Reinforcing what I said before about Sophie being able to integrate with any tool that has an API available. Uh, and right now, the third part a simple and quick video of how Sophie can be a single point of contact and automate process through multiple channels. So before playing the video, we can see in the left side, we have Sophie's native client with ADFS authentication, right? In the right side, we have the the same Sophie instance, but we are using Microsoft Teams as a channel, right? So let's play the video. So first thing I need to authenticate my account. Once I'm logged in Sophie, I can see the the greetings message, and a simple question if I'm okay on Sophie recording the interaction. Also, as this is an internal instance, right, we don't have much content to show right now, but we have a few simple options like ticket actions options for creating a web submit or search tickets. We have guide uh, that can show us a few tips. But let's try to create a new web submit. So if we select the create a web submit option, Sophie will ask a few details, right? So let's suppose we want to request a new software installment, right? Uh, we can create a web submit, provide the required information like the description. After that, we can provide a phone number, right, as a contact, so Sophie can store that in the ticket she's creating. And of course, we have other options instead of providing this basic information to to Sophie, like an automatic way. And as you can see, we have the ticket link available right now. We do have, in this instance, an integration with CA. So you're going to see the ticket created in the CA portal. And as you guys can see, we have the details that we provided to Sophie before stored in the ticket, right? Now, in the right side, we first thing we need to at least say hello to Sophie, right? But we are trying we'll be trying to play with the same ticket that we created in the other channel, right? But with other functionalities. So in the menu, we can see an option for searching that ticket, right? So there is an option for listing the requests. We can see that on top of the list there is the ticket that we just created in the Soft Native page, right? If we click on the link, uh, we can see uh, the ticket status, right? Description, summary, a few options, and also we can apply some actions to the ticket, like adding a comment or closing the ticket. So let's try to add a comment. So definitely we need to provide the comment that we are aiming to add to the ticket. There we are. So the comment was successfully logged. So now the interaction was completed. As you can see, in both channels, we have a rich user experience and we have the live agent option always available, right? So even if I'm not satisfied with the options that Sophie is offering me, I can be redirected to a live agent quickly, just hitting the button. And that's it, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the presentation. And yeah, that's it. It was an honor to talk more about Sophie today.
Alô, alô, alô. Hello, guys. I'm Leonardo Togi, and I'm here working in Stefanini at the Shared Service Center here with Bruno Cardoso. And I'm going to talking about Sophie and SAP integration just a little bit, okay? Um, First of all, let's start about a quick overview about the SAP solution, okay, at Stefanini. So let's begin with explaining a little bit what is an ERP. That is a platform created to connect several departments of a company, enabling the automation and storage of all business information. We can consider that the ERP is the backbone of the business that can links all the business functions in examples from the sales order processing through all the productivity, and then all the sales and the management, the storage, and control the finance, planning and controlling, and everything else that is inside of an industry. Okay. There's some numbers regarding the SAP. SAP around the world have around 320,000 customers. It's active in more than 190 countries. In Brazil, more than 98% of the top 100 companies use SAP. We're talking about more than 60,000 transactions, more than 15,000 data tables. Also, it's possible to consider that we have more than 2 million possible screens that we can gather together in SAP R3. The solutions that we have today is the SAP ECC, but along the years, the users has a lot of points of some pain points of the user interface. We have a lot of screens that can be accessed by the user. It's not intuitive. It's not intuitive process that with the users. We have a problem with the speed browsing, so there is slow browsing during the transactions. Has a lot of unnecessary fields on screen, so we have sometimes to fill just the 3 or 4 fields in the screen, and we have a lot of fields that still in blank. So this is some of the complaints that the end user sent to us. It's not easily browsing because we have to remember sometimes the transaction codes, or where are they, the function that they need inside of this these 3 here. Is not a new user experience browsing. It's not a designed for the user experience. And in most of the projects, you have to make end use training because it's not a very good interface. It's not an easy interface for the end user. So we have during our project, we have to consider along the project some training for the end users. Okay. So what is new? This is the new version of the SAP. We are now on S/4HANA, and what is good here? What has improved in our SAP S/4HANA version? First of all, this is a very faster interface because they are in our in-memory database. So this what it brings is for us, for the customer, for the end user. We have a faster browsing. This is a user-friendly interface, and we have since this is a database in memory, we have a lot of the speed of the processing is very faster. So also we have a multi-platform intuitive system. This is user experience design and user friendly because we can use this same browser as we see here on the screen, the Fiori screen, that we can manage to use these on our cell phones, on our iPads, and everything everywhere. Okay, about SAP and Sophie, the integration between those two gadgets here. First of all, during our experience with our customers, we have a list of pain points raised by them. By this way, we can look forward to deliver them an exclusive service depending on the customer that we are uh, making the consultant. So this service can help our customer on the day-by-day activities such as auto job monitoring, environment support, training, chatbot support service, tasks automation, decision taking support, master data maintenance. So these are the advantages of a company that knows its customers' environment, combined with the market experience acquired over the years. Always investing in innovation and creating products and interface that help our customers. So here are the list of the pain points, and we are using Sophie to trying to resolve most of them. So what can bring the artificial intelligence with SAP? So we can access the Sophie through the tools of our customers, such as Teams, or some market solutions that we can also plug in the Sophie. We have an easy interaction, so no training is required because we have a user-friendly interaction. We don't have to be logged in the ERP to execute the transactions. So we have on the cell phone probably we can start the interaction with the artificial intelligence, and the automation begins the solution on background. So depending on the scenario and always using the compliance as a process reference, we are able to decrease the number of license because the automation requires only one license. We have a real-time interaction. So we have the chatbot. So if I raise a question, the answer is going to be in real time. In some cases, we can decrease the costs. We can use the same artificial intelligence in multiple platforms, and as I said, is easy to use combined with several combined technologies. Okay. So what is it? Sophie is an AI solution based on a user experience, create to deliver business process automation to companies. So Sophie platform has already a library of functionalities that is ready to be used, but is also prepared to be adjusted for new process to meet the company's needs. So Sophie can learn sometimes with the day-by-day use and can store some of those information to send this database to our analysis and see if there is something else that we can improve during this automation. So what are the components that are integrated in Sophie? So is the Sophie itself. So it only needs the license, installation, and the support. There is a function catalog. So this is a standard process that could be automatized. And since they are being used in other customers, so we can deliver the same solution to other companies since this is a standard process. Services. Sophie can also be adjusted to deliver the custom solutions to attend our customer needs. So sometimes there are customers that have particular process, and the system is also customized to attend this particular process. So Sophie is also prepared to be customized as the customer needs. Talking about the functions catalog. So we have some of those functionalities already released, such as password unlock and reset, customer creation, and update master data, customer block, delivery block, invoice block. So some of those uh, standard process is already being implemented on as a function catalog. So if you implement the Sophie in some customer, these are the service that we also already can deliver. Some of them is in development yet. So this is not being delivered to all the customers, since they have some particularities for each customer, such as service entry sheet creation, customer master data reorganization, general ledger creation, create change purchasing group, storage type creation, picking area, missing delivery plant alert, missing Incoterm alert. So some of them, depending on the customer, we can deliver as a standard procedure, but those are process that sometimes is that has a particularity for each customer. Some of them we have plans such as compliance cases like password change period, minimum password length, user block criteria definition, other like system health check, check the SAP update failure, check SAP outbound RFCs. So there are several of processes that are being planned, and we are getting to delivery. But this is also something that uh, can be changed and customized by customer. Now we have some implemented functions that we can share with you, and this is the first of it. The first of it. So here's the Sophie interface we have here. So when we enter on the Sophie world, the virtual assistant has already been the first messages here. So she comes with the virtual assistant comes with welcome. I'm Sophie, and with some explanations like in any moment of this conversation you can say goodbye, just type in exit or bye. Okay, so okay, let's start to hear with this presentation. So Sophie is asking about your name, and the user goes there and say, oh, okay, my name is Fernando. Okay, now Sophie is telling that these are the standard objects that can help. So if this is not one of the services that you want, you can also write it down here what you want to do. So in this case, the user is trying to block the some invoice. So I need to block the invoice. So okay, to do that, just tell me the number of the clients so I can go through the invoice block. Okay, so the user goes there again and type in the customer number. Okay, so the next one is, what kind of block type you want me to be applied? Missing calculation, missing confirmation, price incomplete. So we type in the two. So this is telling us that we have some missing confirmation, and then okay, return of the Sophie telling that the client was blocked successfully. And if you have another service here, you can just type yes or no. Okay. We have another example here. That's the cost center creation. So it's the same presentation. She says welcome, and then after we continue to exit, just to exit the conversation, just type in exit. Okay. So the same way we start using our name. So the user goes here and type the name, Fernando again. So okay, what is the service that you are asking? So if the service isn't here, he's going to type in. Okay, create cost center. Okay, we're going to create it. So he asked me how this creation will be done, manually, or we're going to upload a CSV file. So the user select manually, and then okay, let's start with the cost center creation. Please fill in the area code. So put in the 7000, and now the code of the cost center. He's going to type in CV13 CXPJ, and okay, cost center created. So Sophie just ask if she can help with anything else. Okay. So we have here some of the success case, some cases that we already have implemented on our clients, on our customers, and we are going to show you how this is working customer on our customer environment. So this is the message that was customized for our customer. That is, hello, I am TKFT, virtual assistant, and here to help. Please, could you tell me your name? So the user goes here and fill in the name, Rodrigo. Okay. For this client, it's only available the unblock and reset of the password, and also she can help with information about the Microsoft programs. So this is something particular for our clients. And the same way, if you don't like to continue with this with the support, you just can say this, type in exit or even buy to finalize the conversation. So, okay, how Sophie can help? Typing in unlock password. Okay, so I'll help with that. So to unlock your user, what is your user ID? Typing in the user ID, and then Rodrigo. So she's asking if this is client user or a generic login, probably generic login, for some project or something like that. So typing in, selecting the as an user, a client, a customer user. So okay, and for last, just type in your birth date. Just typing in the birth date, and okay. Confirming, Sophie asks us to confirm the information about the login and the birth date and see if the data is correct. Just continue. Okay, so the user will continue. Now he's processing the data, and okay, user is unlocked successfully. Okay, and with that, the user is unlocked, and he could log in again on the SAP. So for this customer, this is the ThyssenKrupp customer. We have available this feature of the unlock or reset the password. But there's also a lot of another projects coming for ThyssenKrupp that they have a roadmap already being planned to deliver more services in 2022. Okay, thank you very much. Hope you enjoy it. This is a quick presentation about how Sophie is helping SAP to be a better platform to be used on our customers. Okay. Next at 4 p.m. we will have Jader, sorry, talking about Sophie, a citizen of the world. Okay, thank you very much.
Hello, good afternoon. Please, Lucas, you can use presentation mode. Thanks, Alex. So, and at first, thank you very much for asked me to be here as a speaker for this closure session. I'm very proud of all of this event, and I was thinking, Lucas, please, you can use presentation mode. Well, at first I was thinking about all this year that we've been having, all the journey we've been having to achieve all the goals we have for Sophie. I was thinking about how I could call this closure session, and I think that I was very happy with this title, to try to link a journey to become a global citizen with the journey we've been having for this year, because most of the things we've been doing, we are thinking in a global product, and it's the same of any one of us, any kind of product or any kind of company that intends to become global will be facing probably the same challenges, the same challenges will be in front of all these entities, right? So all the success projects and Sophie's success and Sophie implementation success, it's all highly dependent on the success of the interactions that Sophie is going to have with people, with the systems, right? And these interactions with people, specifically with people, are really dependent on to create a kind of empathy and be able to adapt to different organizations and cultures and regions. And this is the journey of this virtual assistant to become global, right? And all this journey embraces a lot of technology, methodology, but we need to understand the strategies of each organizations we are intending to have success with Sophie. Right? So we are doing a very high effort to make it easy to Sophie to be blended with many different cultures, regions, and again, different organizations. Right? So please, Lucas, you can move to the next slide. Sorry. Thank you. So a simple lines here to explain where we were last year and where we are now, right? So Sophie, we are able to make Sophie evolve to a kind of global product with a lot of effort to make languages something simple inside Sophie. We came from a product that we used to say one Sophie for each language, and now we have one Sophie that is multi-language, one brain, one product, right? From multiple infrastructure and versions to one global infrastructure, one Sophie versions, localized customizations to reusable components, projects that initially we were very focused on to start with the integrations via TSMs, transition to live agent, and now we have really a focus to provide a solution end-to-end to the user, to have a virtual assistant providing assistance to the users, to have the users able to fix their problems themselves. So this is really to create an interaction, to create empathy, to create an engagement with the users. We came from different approaches and implementations to have global teams following the same methodology. So that's the journey we've been having for this year. And we are going to have lots of tell you next year. I'm very proud of all the team. I would like to thank you, all the people that have prepared this event. It's not easy. 3 months of hard work to have 20 sessions in 2 days here. I would like to thank you to all the community, our clients, our employees, our teams, our partners, and really a special thank you to the team that have prepared all this event. And really, I'm really anxious to see what they're gonna have for next year. On behalf of all the team, on behalf of all the Sophie community, thank you guys, and see you next year.